Yesterday, Matt Garza was terrific, grabbing his 8th win of the year. Carlos Marmol returned to form, and the Cubs took Game 1 from the Reds. Tonight, Rodrigo Lopez gets the call as the Northsiders go for 3 in a row. Next. Well, fans who enter the ballpark right at Clark and Addison are greeted by that great statue of Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks. We're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Tonight, the Cubs go for their 3rd in a row as they host the Cincinnati Reds, Game 2 of a 3-game series. And hi again, everyone. We're bundled up once again tonight. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Cubs will wrap up this homestand tomorrow, 2-2 through 4, and they're getting pretty good starting pitching here lately, and that's really good to see.
You know the old saying, Len, better late than never. You wonder what would have happened had the Cubs had this kind of consistent starting pitching in the early going this season. You see what they've done over their last 8 ball games, 7 of those quality starts. And it seems like this team, if you give them a chance to win, if you get to the middle or later parts of the ball game, they find ways to score runs and get guys on that plate.
Should be a good night to pitch for both starters as the wind is blowing in. Mike Leake will get the nod for the Reds. Only his 2nd year, but he's pitched a lot against the Cubs.
We've seen an awful lot of Mike Leake. Has a full complement of pitches and knows how to use them. You see 5 games already against the Cubs. You see his numbers this season against the Cubs. One note, he surrendered 11 home runs in his last 7 starts. Maybe not a factor with the wind blowing in tonight.
It's been a struggle for the veteran right-hander Rodrigo Lopez. His last 3 starts have all resulted in losses.
And, you know, Rodrigo's one of those guys that seems to keep the team in the game through 5 innings, but then the wheels fall off rather quickly. Something to keep an eye on tonight.
Cubs making some roster moves. We'll talk about those when we come back, and we'll have the first pitch and all the action of Game 2 of this series. The Cubs hosting the Reds. Next.
Brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular footlong subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T U-verse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field, everybody, with jackets on and sweatshirts, the wind blowing in. Going to be a cool night as the Cubs try to take their 3rd in a row. See, the one guy with short sleeves is a Reds fan. Stands to reason. And the Cubs made some more roster moves today. 3 guys have been brought up from AAA Iowa, which finished its 2011 campaign yesterday, and the only one of the 3 we hadn't seen earlier this year is left-hander John Gobb. When he gets into action, it'll be his major league debut. He came over from Cleveland in the Mark DeRosa deal. Lou Montañez, the outfielder. DJ LeMahieu, the infielder, also here. And technically Andrew Cashner got here yesterday as he was activated from the 60-day DL.
Good to see all those gentlemen up here after successful minor league campaigns. And especially good to see Andrew Cashner. Love to see him back out on the mound. You know what a tough summer it's been for the young right-hander to sit and watch and rehab. There's Gobb with the backpack full of goodies headed down to the Cubs bullpen down the left field line. Low man on the totem pole, seniority-wise, gets to tote that backpack every day.
Gobb with a big gob of gum. As we look in at Dusty Baker's Reds Southwest starting lineup. Brandon Phillips leads it off. Dave Sapelt is in center. Joey Votto leads the league in on-base percentage. Jay Bruce is in right. Devin Mesoraco gets his 2nd consecutive start. Former Cub Miguel Cairo's at 3rd. Todd Frazier in left. Chris Valleca at short. Lots of changes from yesterday, and the pitchers leak.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defensively. Brought to you by Degree. Soriano, Bird, and Colvin across the outfield tonight, left to right. Ramirez and Castro will be on the left side of the infield, while Barney and Pena will be on the right side. Giovanni Soto doing the catching tonight for right-hander Rodrigo Lopez. Lopez's last time out against the Giants on the last road trip resulted in a 4-0 loss. He went 5 1/3 in that game, gave up 9 hits and 4 runs. As I mentioned in the open, the magic number for Rodrigo is right around 75 pitches, which is usually around the 5th inning.
Chris Conroy will get the plate. Tim Welke's at first. He's the crew chief. Greg Gibson at 2nd. Andy Fletcher over 3rd. Lopez is 2-0 lifetime against the Cincinnati Reds. Brandon Phillips just 1 for 7 against this veteran righty, and he's ready to go. And there's a strike on the inside corner. Phillips has been hot lately. 1 for 4 yesterday with a double and a run. And he swings a ball out toward Marlon Byrd in center. No problem for him. And that's out number 1. 61 degrees. And a northeast wind at 11. And fans, prior to tonight's game, Edward Jones representative Jim Cargo presented the Edward Jones Player of the Month award to Matt Garza for his outstanding month of August. Edward Jones making sense of investing. Dave Sapelt in for Drew Stubbs in center. It's a strike. Sapelt had a huge spring training for the Reds down in Arizona. Hit .564. You 1-2.
You mentioned a completely different look to the Reds lineup tonight. 34 players on their active roster now. It looks like Dusty Baker's going to use just about all of them in this series.
Like the Cubs, the Reds are already looking ahead to next year. They're 69 and 72, 15.5 behind Milwaukee. And that sinker is lined into the gap in left center. It's going to bang off the door. Picked up by Soriano. It's a double for Dave Sapelt.
Fourth double of the season in 70 at bats for Sapelt. Nice looking swing down and through that ball. Got real good carry through that wind that continues to blow in from center field. Soriano could only throw it back toward third base to hold him to a double.
Here comes Joey Votto. Keep an eye on everything else around baseball. Looks like some rain out east. Baltimore and the Yankees delayed. Same with the Braves and Phillies. Mets are in Florida, also under a delay. They are playing in Washington, and Steven Strasburg, in his first start back from Tommy John surgery, has a 3-0 lead over Ted Lilly and the Dodgers. In the bottom of the third, Strasburg, 3 innings so far, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. That was a D. Gordon double. Only hit for the Dodgers.
Now, the real interesting number to see in that ball game is the attendance. Steven Strasburg is quite a draw when he takes the ball, and given the fact this is his first start back since surgery, I would imagine a full house in D.C. or close to it tonight.
I know the press box will be full.
Oh, guaranteed.
Lopez with an 0-2. That's high by design. 1-2.
Such a tough thing to try to get Joey Votto to chase bad pitches. He has such a great eye for that strike zone, even in a 2-strike count.
He was just able to hold up. Andy Fletcher made the call at third.
He had thoughts about chasing that high fastball, but able to check his swing.
Called strike 3. Got him on the inside corner for out number 2. No argument from Votto.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Joey Votto doesn't have a lot of holes in his swing, but that is one area he is susceptible. I think just about every left-handed hitter is susceptible to that comeback sinker. Starts just off the plate inside, tails back to the corner. Good pitch by Lopez that time.
Fouled back by Jay Bruce. Votto, by the way, now 0 for his last 13. The Cubs certainly can hope he'll stay cold at least through tomorrow night. I was talking with Mike Quaddy before the game about the Bruce to Phillips to Mesoraco play in the bottom of the 8th as the Cubs were trying to get an extra run. And he agreed it was a good send by Ivan De Jesus in that particular situation. Took 2 perfect throws to get him. And Mike said, you know, in my 4 years as a third base coach, that was the combination that I was most intimidated by as a third base coach. Bruce and Phillips throwing to the plate.
It's very interesting. Bruce doesn't get a lot of credit for his defense out in right field, but he has a very strong, accurate arm. We know what Brandon Phillips is capable of doing. And don't forget Devin Mesoraco, who really did a nice job of blocking off the plate as Giovanni Soto tried to blast through his shin guards and get on that dish.
Three and 1 the count with Mesoraco on deck. Side corner, 3-2.
Just perfectly executed. Strong, accurate throw to the cutoff man who was in a good position to quickly receive the ball and get rid of it. And then, as I mentioned, Mesoraco just not giving Giovanni Soto any plate to slide to.
Lopez trying to get back on that inside corner like he did to Votto, and he just missed, and that's ball 4. Hey, some special guests at the ballpark tonight. Little League Softball World Champions, a team from Sterling, Illinois. 11 and 12-year-olds won it all. Beat the 11-time world champs Waco, Texas 7-5 in the finals, and honored by the Cubs here tonight. Little League softball world champs from Sterling, Illinois.
Nicely done, girls. Congratulations. 11-time champs they beat. Wow.
There's Mesoraco getting his second consecutive start. Yesterday was the first of his career. And he went 0 for 4 with an RBI. You see his numbers at AAA Louisville. And a ground ball toward the hole. Knocked down by Castro. That will keep Sapelt at third. And it's a hit for Mesoraco to load the bases with Miguel Cairo coming up.
Even though he was unable to make a play, that's a good defensive play by Starlin Castro. With that runner at scoring position at second base and 2 outs in the inning, you're taught to knock anything down. If you can't field it cleanly and get it out, just make sure it doesn't get through into the outfield. That time a backhanded knockdown by Starlin Castro to keep the ball on the infield. Lopez still with an opportunity to escape here.
Miguel Cairo playing third. That caught the outside corner. 7 home runs for Cairo, who's been a utility guy for a while. And the 7 homers are a career high. This is his 46th start at third. Our AT&T UVerse Multiview. Reds have loaded him up with 2 outs.
Lopez has that outside corner pretty well wired in the early going here. Inside corner to lefties, outside corner to righties with some good movement that time. Cairo didn't believe that was a strike, but according to home plate umpire Chris Conroy, it just caught enough of that corner.
It's generally where Rodrigo has to live in order to have success, on the edges. Soto sliding out there yet again. Same pitch, and this one's hit foul.
Not surprising to see Cairo go to the right side with 2 strikes. He's just trying to protect the plate here from our Corona Extra pitch tracks. For me, Cairo's always been a real good opposite field hitter, especially with runners in scoring position. Probably even more so here down in the count 1 and 2.
Well, as you saw on pitch tracks, Lopez is wearing out that outside corner. Would they try to go in once?
Well, if you do, you don't want it to be a strike. You want to be inside off the plate, just to maybe move Cairo off the dish a little bit. If you get him to swing, probably break his bat.
Going to go out there again, 2 and 2.
You just have to be careful when you're going away from your own strength as a pitcher. Occasionally you're going to have to stand up a right-handed hitter and push him off of that inside corner, but with runners in scoring position, Lopez is, as you said, going to go after his strength, which was low and away.
In the air to right, Tyler Colvin will get there, and they leave him loaded. And the Cubs are coming up against righty Mike Leake. Brought to you by Southwest. Starlin Castro will lead it off. Darwin Barney is double play partner at second. You've got the whole infield at the top with Carlos Pena cleaning up, Soriano, Bird, and Colvin the outfield, and then the battery, Soto and Lopez. And look at that, Tyler Colvin with 4 career homers off Mike Leake.
Take a look at the Reds defensively. It'll be Frazier in left, Sapelt in center, Bruce over in right field, Cairo and Vallejo on the left side of the infield, Phillips and Votto on the right side. Devin Mesoraco doing the catching for the second day in a row, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, right-hander Mike Leake. 11-9 on the season. You see, he gives up his fair share of hits, doesn't walk very many batters.
Sapelt makes a catch as Castro lines out.
I mentioned earlier, Leake with the full complement of pitches. He'll throw a 2-seam sinking fastball, a cut fastball, curve, slider, changeup. Very creative young man out there on the mound.
Directly to the major leagues last year after being the 8th overall pick in the June 2009 draft, and he made his debut against the Cubs in Cincinnati. There's a strike on Darwin Barney. Leake is only 23. To Arizona State, born in San Diego, California. 6'1", 186. Very good athlete. He can hit. The Red staff includes 2 of the best hitting pitchers in the league, Dontrell Willis and Mike Leake.
Leake does all the little things well also. Mentioned his complement of pitches. Fields his position well. He can bunt, he can hit, he can run.
A swing and a miss for strike 3. A good sinker there to get Barney. Follow all of tonight's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. Ramos Ramirez, who had the game-winning hit yesterday, a 2-run single in the 5th. Made it 3-1. The Cubs would win the game 4-3. A fan in the second row in the upper deck had his glove. The ball wasn't hit hard. It hit him in the glove, then right in the mouth. And I think he's all right. The ball ended up in the lower deck.
Only his pride is injured. Leake rarely throws anything that resembles a straight pitch.
Tailing changeup.
Yeah, tailing, sinking fastball, changeup with similar movement but less velocity. He cuts the fastball. A couple of different breaking pitches.
A defensive cut there by Ramirez.
Now, Ramos really hasn't gotten a bead on Mike Leake yet. Only 2 for 13 lifetime. Really has to fight that one off. Right inside to get in on his knuckles.
Swing and a miss on the slider. And that'll end the inning. The Cubs go down in order. 1, 2, 3.
ball game yesterday. Aramis Ramirez with a base hit into left field. Reed Johnson, the runner from second, waved around third base. Watch the home plate umpire, Andy Fletcher, never makes a call. Anytime you see the home plate umpire stand there and watch the play without making a call, it means that the runner missed home plate. Reed Johnson was able to get back and get his foot on home plate before the Reds realized what had happened. Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Bottom three now for the Reds, starting with Todd Frazier. He is playing left, and he pops up the first pitch. Starlin Castro will take it. All right, partner, I am going to hand you a sheet of paper. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 letters in the hometown of Rodrigo Lopez. You want to take a shot at it? Now, I'm going to help you. Just guess. Even if you're totally wrong, I'll help you. Would you even know where to start?
I'm assuming the first T is silent, so I'm going to say Tlalnepantla.
You're close.
Yeah.
The T is not silent.
Okay.
It's Tlalnepantla.
Tlalnepantla.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tlalnepantla. Tlalnepantla. What, you're going to do it backwards?
It's even harder backwards. Makes no sense either way for me.
Well, there it is. You can see
go.
in Mexico. Yeah, backwards it would be Altnet Penlatal. Yeah. Lots of T's and L's. Can't say I'd ever seen a city with a name like that with a T and an L to start it. They could have pronounced it. 1-2 on Chris Valleca. Mike Leake on deck, and we mentioned he can hit. 281 for his career. Little guy is ready with his glove. And the 2-2 pitch. Slider missed low and outside. It's full, 3-2. It's not where Lopez wanted it, but all Valleca could do is foul it off.
Not a big fan of the 3-2 breaking ball to the number 8 hitter in the lineup. I think you go right after this guy, throw a good sinker down in the zone, hope to get him to hit it on the ground to one of your infielders. Elevated sinker that time popped out of play to the right side.
Tell you, with a wind direction tonight, there's a really good chance a lot of fans in the upper deck are going to get a souvenir. We've already seen 3 or 4 just to the right of the press box. The foul balls are being pushed way back in our direction. There's another one.
Well, we might even get one up here tonight.
We might. This might be the night. Already a 10-pitch at bat. The slider never really was in the strike zone. And a 1-out walk. Second walk issued by Lopez. Like we said yesterday, because of the wind conditions here, you might ask Leake to bunt, and that one run becomes a little bigger on a night like this. Well, he crowds the plate like Reed Johnson. Look at that. That's as close as you'll ever see a pitcher to home plate.
He's put down 10 successful sac bunts this season. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen a pitcher stand that close to home plate. Usually they try to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room just in case a pitch gets away from that opposing hurler. But Mike Leake with his toes almost on that inside corner.
And maybe because he's bunting, we'll see.
Because he is such a good hitter, Mike Leake is the kind of guy that Dusty Baker may take the bunt off if he feels like the Cubs defensively are getting too close to home plate, and either put on a hit and run or just let Leake swing away and try to find a hole in the infield.
Well, clearly he's a good bunter. You mentioned the 10 sack bunts. Some guys will really open up with that front foot. He does not when he gets ready to bunt. Runner goes, and they go with a hit and run, and that's what you can do with a guy like Leake.
If you've got a pitcher that can swing the bat a little bit, if you're confident that he can make contact and protect that runner, really try to take advantage of a broken up defense. Ramirez was way in at third base. Castro was breaking to cover the bag at second. Carlos Pena was coming in from first base looking for a bunt. A lot of holes defensively in the infield. Fortunately, Leake just fouled it away.
Squares and swings away. Runner was going. They're going to get one. They'll get two. Lopez with an excellent play. No bobble. Fielded it cleanly, had time to get Valaika, and they turned the inning-ending double play. Sportsnet Central. Coming up tonight after post-game live, an update on the quarterback situation at Northwestern, plus a full Major League recap. Mark and Sarah will have GMC Sportsnet Central. Join them tonight after post-game live only on Comcast Sportsnet. fans' best friend.
Boy, what a nice play by Rodrigo Lopez as Leake pulls the bat back, hits a comebacker, and I mean, he got rid of that ball so quickly that Starlin Castro had a chance to get the out at second, take 2 or 3 steps to avoid the sliding runner, and still throw on in time to get Leake at first base. Nicely done.
Now Carlos Pena, who always sees the ball well, particularly well lately. He's been on base 18 times over his last 5 games, including 2 home runs on Sunday. He took a career high 4 walks. That's why his on base is 130 points better than his average.
6 previous plate appearances against Mike Leake, 2 walks against the Reds right-hander.
Two and 1. Over the last 10 years, only 2 Cubs have drawn more than his 87 to date. Kosuke had 93 in 2009. Sammy Sosa had 116 in 2001, and then 103 1 year later. Pena will get to 100 maybe tomorrow. That's a really nice accomplishment, and I would say there are very few mediocre or bad hitters who walk 100 times in a season. Most guys who do are pretty good.
Either productive with the batting average, certainly with the on base percentage. In the case of Carlos Pena, a guy that does not hit for a high average but gets himself in those good hitters counts and does some damage with the long ball.
Yeah, I'll give you a list here. All right, the major league leaders in walks. Ready? Jose Bautista 110. He's pretty good. Joey Votto 100. He's pretty good. Miguel Cabrera has 92. Prince Fielder has 91, and then Carlos Pena and Nick Swisher are tied with 87. Beyond that, Carlos Santana, Dustin Pedroia, Lance Berkman, Curtis Granderson. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Have I named a bad hitter yet? Andrew McCutchen, Ian Kinsler, Bobby Abreu, Paul Konerko, Matt Kemp.
It's kind of the chicken and the egg, though. I mean, you
You're
draw
right.
a lot of walks because you are a good hitter and pitchers pitch you carefully, or you just have a really, really good eye and you know your strike zone, you know the umpire's strike zone, and you refuse to chase bad pitches.
I think it's a little of both.
Yep.
I mean, of all the guys who kind of late in the year all of a sudden started walking more, I think Sammy Sosa really stands out. I mean, when he started hitting 60 home runs every year, teams absolutely changed how they pitched him. Two strikes on Soriano.
And as I mentioned before, if you do have a good eye for the strike zone and you are willing to take your walks, you're not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. As Soriano dunks one into left field for a base hit, you're going to find yourself in a lot of good hitters counts. 2-0, 3-1, get to a lot of full counts, and when you consistently put yourself in those situations, you're going to get better pitches to hit. You're going to do more damage.
That's the Cubs' first hit.
Right off the end of the bat, a breaking ball down low and away out of the strike zone, but not far enough. Sorry, able to reach out there and hook it back into left field for the first hit of the game for the Cubs.
This is really interesting. In Sammy's second year with the Cubs, he played in 159 games. That's a full season. 38 walks, 135 strikeouts. In 2001, when he hit 64 home runs, he walked 116 times, struck out 153. So the strikeouts really didn't change dramatically, but the walks did. The challenge with Sammy, playing against him,
He had huge holes in his swing. He had areas where you could attack him and get him out rather easily if you executed your pitch. But if you did not, he was going to hit it out in the street.
It's a 4-3 double play, and the Reds get out of the second. A hit, no runs, no score after 2. Broadcasting right there, baby, on the left. Columbia College.
In 2012, your best customers and guests are ready to play. The Wrigley Field experience allows for your group to host an event at Wrigley Field on non-game days. Event packages include batting practice, softball games, and much more. For more details, including 2012 dates and pricing, please call 773-404-4161 or visit Cubs.com/premier.
Breaking ball strike on Brandon Phillips, who flying to center to start the game. Oh, that hurt.
Man, right off the instep, maybe up near the ankle of that left foot. Off speed pitch on the inside part of the plate. Keep an eye on Brandon Phillips. Whether he even plays tomorrow remains to be seen, but see if he's wearing one of those protective guards on that ankle tomorrow.
Maybe he'll just make his pants longer and roll them up.
Put a cuff in him, yeah.
Well, he's going to have to run the bases now. Come on, Brandon, you're not doing yourself any favors here. You should have made an out. Here's Sapelt, who doubled into the left center field gap in his first at bat. Saw an interesting article online today, Yahoo Sports' Jeff Passan, about the four-man rotation, and you often see one or two columns or articles about it every year, and maybe a team or an organization that would consider doing it, and then nobody does. I haven't read the whole article yet, but it starts by talking about the Detroit Tigers, who before the trade deadline in July got this out of their number 5 starter. A 1-11 record with a 5.24 ERA. They went 4-16 in those 20 starts. Then they went out and got Doug Fister, who's been excellent. But Passan's point is, if they had never even used a 5th starter for most of the year, maybe they would have had a better record anyway. And he talked to Dave Dombrowski, the general manager, who said that, talking about a 4-man rotation, is a long conversation. I think it comes up in just about every organization. There's a tapper that Castro will field and throw to Carlos Pena for the out. Do you think anyone will do it soon? Will anyone do it to start the season? And are there merits for doing it? If you shorten up, and if your schedule allows you generally to do it, would you consider it?
I don't think so. I think we've created a culture in this game where pitchers are very used to their routine. They have very specific days and what they do between starts. That ball lofted into left center for Soriano. 2 down. I think for me, the idea, rather than go to a 4-man rotation, is stretch out your 5 starters that you have and have them get deeper into the ball game. Start to train pitchers when they get to the minor leagues to get deeper into the ball game. This 100 pitch mark that has become the red flag for every pitcher at the major league, and I mean, they don't even come close to 100 pitches in the minor leagues. I don't know where that came from. We've talked many times about guys who are physically and mentally able to handle 125, 135, maybe 150 pitches in a game. I think before teams would be willing to go to a 4-man rotation and all that entails, you'd be better served just training your pitchers at the minor league level and letting them know when they get to the big leagues that, hey, when you get to 100 pitches, don't look over your shoulder to the bullpen. We want to see another 30 or 40 pitches out of you before we pull the plug.
Runner at second, 2 outs, and a pitch to Jay Bruce misses, ball 1. What about the idea of a 4-man plus 1 rotation in which you never, you always, I should say, skip the 5th guy with an open day? Keep the top 4 always in rotation. Minimize the amount you use your 5th starter, and then you can squeeze an extra start or 2 maybe from your 1 or your 2. That, in that regard, you're not messing with that 4 days rest.
Right.
You're just not going to give guys 5 days rest when you don't have to. I think that's probably the most likely tweak if anyone does it. Because I think, and the Cubs certainly were in this boat after Wells and Cashner got hurt, that 5th starter spot is a real trouble area. It's really hard to find 5 starters who all can win consistently. Some teams are lucky to have 3.
In a 4-man rotation, you think back to some of the old Oakland A's teams, where the guys regularly pitched 250, 270, maybe 300 innings in a season. But boy, you get down to the month of September, and if you're fortunate enough to be headed for the playoffs and you've got 4 starting pitchers that are over the 300 innings pitched mark, what kind of gas are they going to have left in the tank at that point?
That was close.
Ooh.
Very close. Out. He was out.
Close.
Base hit. Here comes a throw. Going to be a play there. He will be out by a mile. Brandon Phillips. Gunned down by Giovanni Soto. Little hug. Okay. Tyler Colvin on the mark as the Reds cannot get that first run home. 2012. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes go on sale in early November. For more info, visit Cubs.com. Tyler Colvin, who picked up an outfield assist, nailing Brandon Phillips at the plate. 4 career home runs off Mike Leake. He's going to ground to Joey Votto this time.
A hard hit ball into right field to Tyler Colvin to end that last half inning. A little stumble around third by Brandon Phillips, and then it gets all warm and fuzzy at home plate. You wonder if this play would have been the same had the Cubs and the Reds been battling for first place in the National League Central.
You hate that, don't you?
Well, a little bit.
One 1-0 on Soto.
I'll tell you, we've seen a lot of Brandon Phillips over the last few years, and there's no question he's just a superior defensive player at second base. Ball popped to the right side to Joey Votto. Should be the second out. Tremendous offensive player, but one thing that's lacking in his game is speed. He's not a great base runner. He usually leads the Reds in grounding into double plays. He's done so 15 times this year, once again leading the Reds. Did not score from second base on that base hit. We've seen him erased on some force plays when ground balls are hitting the hole. He just doesn't have the speed that you would expect from a middle infielder, but every other part of his game is way above average.
Strike one on Rodrigo Lopez. Fair, and Lopez is out 2-3. A 9-pitch inning for Mike Leake. He's faced the minimum through 3. He's allowed 1 hit, and he and Lopez dueling with zeros.
Feed 4 or more with the KFC 10-piece family feast, just $20.
Great work as always by the Menards grounds crew. After that third inning, they smooth out the infield dirt. Yeah, he's got kind of the hybrid Cubs Pirates cap. Devin Mesoraco will lead off for Cincinnati here in the fourth. Hey, great to see George Kiefer at the ballpark tonight. He's the spring organist for the Cubs at Hohokam Park in Mesa, Arizona. And he tells me that 2012 will be the greatest Cubs spring training ever.
All right.
But George said it, so it is so.
Looking forward to it. George makes us feel right at home down there in Mesa.
He does. That ball was scorched.
We talked about Mesoraco in the ball game yesterday. It really looks like he wants to pull the ball. He's done so twice here to fall behind 0-2 in the at bat. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You have to know your own strengths and weaknesses. Maybe throughout the course of his minor league career, he's discovered that he's a more effective hitter when he hits the ball hard to his pull field rather than try to guide it softly out into right field.
Two and two. Matt Garza was excellent yesterday. 7 2/3, only one earned run.
And continues to hit.
3 hits his last 2 starts. He even eats sunflower seeds with intensity. Some room.
Violating his personal space. When you see a guy that is so pull conscious like Mesoraco has been in the first 2 games of this series, the obvious pitch choice is the straight changeup. Lopez and Giovanni Soto tried to go through it a couple of times earlier in the sequence, but unfortunately Rodrigo bounced him in the dirt, couldn't get the swing. He's out in front of everything.
Popped up as Barney got out there quickly and now has to come in toward the infield with a stiff wind. Time now for our AT&T trivia question. Which charter member of the National League, the Cubs or Reds, has made more World Series appearances? 50-50 chance. Not World Series championships, World Series appearances. The answer coming up. Reds haven't been there since 1990 when they upset the A's and swept them under Lou Piniella. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Just think back to that decade of the 70s. Seems like the Reds win the World Series every year. The Big Red Machine.
I want to say they went maybe four times in the 70s. Hopped up by Cairo. I mean, they were at least in the championship series probably 5 or 6 times. Castro makes a catch. In 1970 they were in the series and lost. Lost in 72, 73, won in 75 and 76. Lost the NLCS. Rather, in 73 they lost in the NLCS. Same in 79. And from 70 to 79, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trips to the playoffs and 4 to the World Series. That's a great sweatshirt because if you spill anything on yourself, nobody will know. Frazier had a big day on August 7th here at Wrigley. A homer, a double, 3 RBIs, and a Cincinnati 8-7 win. Rollover grounder to the shortstop Castro, and a 1-2-3-4 for Lopez. His first 1-2-3 of the night. Still looking for that first run as the Cubs come up in the bottom of the 4th. Cubs or Reds, which team with more World Series appearances? It's the Cubs. In 1906 to 1945, the Cubs made 10 appearances in the World Series. The Reds have made 9, starting in 1919. In the first World Series, even though these teams have been in the NL since 1876, was in 1903, I think. Castro, 2 hops to the shortstop Valleca. An interesting announcement. BMW Championship Golf Tournament announcing the PGA Tour pro Dustin Johnson. Oh my. Mr. Cub Ernie Banks and some other VIPs will kick off the tournament this year by shooting for a hole-in-one here at Wrigley Field. Next Monday, Barney grounds out to Cairo. They will hit from a specially designed tee box platform in the stands onto a designated green on the field, and a full scholarship that's valued at $100,000 will be donated to the Evans Scholars Foundation in the name of the first player to hit that shot, to put it in the hole. They're going to hit from the right field bleachers into left field. If nobody gets a hole-in-one, they'll still donate $10,000 to the foundation. That's pretty neat.
It is pretty neat. That'd be fun to watch. Back in the days of Candlestick Park in San Francisco, we used to get to the park early some days and tee them up behind home plate and see if you could hit a driver out of the ballpark in center field.
That was quick. 6 pitches for Leake in the 4th. Still scoreless.
$5-3. If you're the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway.
Lopez back to work here in the 5th. He's given up 4 hits. Mike Leake has surrendered just 1. Got a final line on Steven Strasburg tonight. Slider strike. He has a chance for a win in his season debut. It's 3-1 Nationals in the. Now it's 3-3. Dodgers just tied it up. But Strasburg didn't give up a run. 5 innings, 2 hits. No walks, 4 strikeouts. But the bullpen couldn't hold it in the inning after he left.
40 strikes in his 56 pitches. Very efficient.
So that's a 3-3 tie in the 6th. And the Dodgers still threatening. Well located on that very high fastball as Valleca flies to Colvin. Hey, the Bud Light Bleachers Series provides fans with exciting special promotions in the Bud Light Bleachers, including free T-shirt Mondays, $3 12-ounce draft Bud, and Bud Light Tuesday, and $1 Vienna beef hot dog Wednesdays. Tuesday special also available in select locations in the Seating Bowl. Bleacher tickets for tomorrow night's game are just $20, And for more info, visit Cubs.com. Better get in on the promotion. Only one more chance on the next homestand to do so. The next one will be the last one, believe it or not.
It is hard to believe.
Boy, Mike Leake, it's funny, we talked about Reed Johnson. When you stand that close to the plate, you've got to be quick on anything toward the inside corner, and he was.
Pulled a couple foul down that third baseline and didn't even really get jammed by those pitches inside.
Swing and a miss on a nice slider. Just the second strikeout, first swinging for Lopez.
Well, this is usually the point of the ball game where we see Rodrigo Lopez start to see some diminishing results right around the 75 pitch mark. Third time through the Reds batting order here tonight this season. First plate appearances against Lopez, he's given up a .250 batting average. Second plate appearance, it jumps up to .287. The third time through the opposing order, the opposing batting average is .459. Phillips taking all the way that time. Lopez jumps ahead in the count, 0-1. You see the ERA by inning.
And that's in his career. Right back to the pitcher. And ho hum, another 1-2-3. Starters have dominated early on. We're halfway through this one. Still nothing. All right, Sarah, thank you. As Carlos Pena fouls off, scoreless in the fifth. Well, Detroit with an 8-1 lead at Cleveland. Looks like the Tigers want to wrap this thing up quickly, trying to extend their lead to 8.5 over the Indians. White Sox lead so they can jump past Cleveland and into second tonight. That might be small consolation as the Tigers are poised to grab their 80th win. And notice there's a pitcher on the mound, a rookie for the Indians late in that game, Josh Judy. And I just have to assume his nickname is Judge. Josh Judy.
Punch.
Making his 5th appearance.
Players are probably really glad that Judge Judy is a judge and not an umpire. She's tough. Man.
Yes, she is. You had better come prepared to her courtroom, and even then you're probably going to get yelled at. Had a good time this morning, Bob. Jonah Carey does a podcast, and he had me on his show, and we talked for about 45 minutes and chatted about the Cubs, but spent a lot of time talking about Joey Votto and how underrated he has been. Talked that he hasn't really been mentioned maybe enough in the MVP discussion, considering the year he's put up this season, and he won it last year. And you were talking yesterday, and this was also brought up in the conversation, about whether the Reds would consider moving him at some point. I think they'd be worse off moving him, but I guess in the talk shows in Toronto, there's a lot of talk about, well, if they want to move him, he's from Toronto, wouldn't he look good in a Blue Jay uniform? But the question is, to get Joey Votto, would you have to give up Jose Bautista? And if you do that, is it really worth it? Do they have enough prospects to maybe pry a guy like that away from the Reds? We will see. And if you're trying to find a defensive position for Yonder Alonso, does it have to be first base? Do you really want to get rid of your best player to make room for a guy who has a chance to be good but is still unproven?
If Alonso is indeed going to end up as an outfielder, it's going to take a lot of work. And I'm sure he is up to the task. He would love to have the opportunity to get 4 or 5 at bats every night, and if he were able to get 4 or 5 at bats every night, he's going to do some serious damage. Yonder Alonso is going to be a really good major league hitter. But in the National League, you've got to bring a glove. They tried him in left. They've tried him at third base. Hasn't gotten to play a whole lot of his natural position over at first because of Joey Votto. But, man, he is an intriguing guy when he's in that batter's box.
Votto is so good, Fielder is so good, Pujols is so good, that if any of those 3 are not in the division next year, that could affect the balance of power.
Absolutely.
As Pena strikes out. So while we're talking about the Reds, these are topics that could have an effect on the Cubs. I mean, if you had to handicap it right now, Fielder and Pujols, I don't know if Albert's going to be back in St. Louis, but I think there's a better chance that Fielder won't be back in Milwaukee. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm sure the Brewers are going to do everything in their power to try to bring Big Prince back, especially if they get deep into the postseason this year. Ball lifted high in the air just in front of the warning track in right field. Based on absolutely nothing other than my feelings, I think Pujols is going to re-sign with the Cardinals.
Yeah, I do too. That's my gut. What will the market be for those 2 guys? It's an interesting question.
Well, assuming for the moment that Pujols does re-sign with the Cardinals, but Prince Fielder is out there available on the market. Man, that's going to be a big check for somebody. This is a very durable, Very reliable, very consistent player, puts up solid offensive numbers every year, plays every game, plays hard every game. There's always going to be the questions about his conditioning, but I don't really see it affecting his game at all. Ever since Prince got to the big leagues, he's a big guy. That's all there is to it.
Yep. Well, you like that he plays the game hard, and he plays every single day.
Every day.
Never takes a day off. And there's value in that.
Well, Joey Votto's only missed one of the Reds games so far this year. This is number 141 out of their 142.
Bird strikes out. And Mike Leake is cruising along. He's only allowed one hit as we cruise along State Street. With a Dan Patrick Show here on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in as Dan talks sports with your favorite athletes, celebrities, and sports media personalities. Get your sports day started with a Dan Patrick Show weekday mornings from 8 to 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Dave Sapelt batting second in the order, but leading off here in the sixth for Cincinnati. We can talk wind conditions and say that's why it's 0-0, but these two pitchers have been really good. We've seen games with weather conditions like this that have knocked starters out in the second inning because they can't make a pitch. We've seen with the wind blowing out a 1-0 game. Mostly it's about how that guy on the mound does.
No question. And there have been very few hard hit balls in this game. A lot of easy grounders and lazy fly balls. 3 strikeouts tonight for Lopez, 6 for Leake.
Sapelt deposits one into right. Not ideal for Lopez because now you've got Votto and Bruce to follow. Came over from Maui because we always stay true to the Cubs. Comcast.
Absolutely. Joey Votto is not what I would consider a dead pull hitter, but the fact that Sapelt reached leading off the inning does open another hole on that right side of the field. And part of what makes Joey Votto so good is the fact he does hit the ball all over the ballpark. Tremendous power to the opposite field, especially at their home ballpark.
And that's going to find the right field corner. Sapelt runs well. He's going to be sent by Mark Berry, and he will score easily. That's an RBI double for Joey Votto. It's his 60th extra base hit. He snaps an 0 for 14 and gives his team the lead. And with that, we're going to see action in the Cubs bullpen.
Just about the time I say there hasn't been very many hard hit balls. Sapelt lines one into right, and then Joey Votto hook pulls one down into that right field corner. Long run for Tyler Colvin. By the time he catches up, Sapelt had circled the bases to score the first run of the game.
And it's Ramon Ortiz, who just started to throw. Two 2-0 on Jay Bruce. He's walked and singled already. That will find turf out in center in front of Marlon Byrd. Votto's going to hold it third. They're at the corners with nobody out. 3 straight hits here in the 6th.
Unfortunately, it's become very predictable for Rodrigo Lopez. 5 solid innings of pitching tonight, but here in the 6th, 3 hard hit balls to start the inning. The Reds on the board, runners at first and third, and nobody out. So I wonder if it's more mental than physical. I mean, he doesn't appear to be laboring extensively out there on the mound. Mechanics seem to be as good as they were earlier in the ball game, but once again, that 6th inning has given Rodrigo and the Cubs problems all season long.
Hey fans, next time you want to catch a Cubs game, head to StubHub, where you'll find the seats you want and the freedom to choose where you want to sit. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago Cubs. For more info, visit Cubs.com/StubHub. Cubs want a double play chance here. They'll give up the 2nd run for that opportunity. On the infield, 1 ball, no strikes. Missed again, 3-0. Three and one.
Well, we might see Mesoraco let it go on that 3-0 pitch. Dusty likes to turn his hitters loose on those 3-0 counts. There's just not enough playing time, not enough at bats at this point for Dusty to be a Mesoraco believer on those 3-0 counts.
Castro will charge, and they will get the double play as Votto scores. No RBI for Mesoraco, and it's 2-0.
Said the right guy coming out of the batter's box to turn that double play. Wasn't hit extremely hard. Castro has to come in. Makes the awkward shovel back to Darwin Barney, who's able to complete the double play, even though the Reds pushed across the second run of the game.
Base is empty and a 1-0 count on Miguel Cairo. And he swats that one back up the middle for the 4th hit of the inning. They had 4 hits over the first 5, and that's it for Lopez. Will be the Toyota call to the pen. And it's going to be right-hander Ramon Ortiz when we come back. 2-0 Cincy. The pen, and it's right-hander Ramon Ortiz. As we're mostly out of the bullpen. He'll face right-handed hitting Todd Frazier with Cairo at first. 2 runs in here in the 6th, and that one eludes Giovanni Soto.
Like a breaking ball down low and away from Frazier. Like Soto was caught in between whether that ball was going to make it in the air or not. Just tried to reach across and make the backhanded snag. Got underneath his glove all the way to the bricks.
A wild pitch on Ortiz. That's foul. Right at the dish. Actually right behind it. You hit it. Get over 60 pitches, and it goes downhill quickly for Rodrigo Lopez.
He had such good control in the early part of this ball game. We showed you a number of pitches that he had been pounding away at that low outside area to the right-handed hitters, the off-the-body sinker to the lefties, keeping everything on the edges of the strike zone, and just started catching too much plate.
Frazier fans, that'll end the inning, but the Reds get 2 to grab the lead here in the 6th.
celebrating its 25th anniversary in 2011. Get the backstage pass to how the Cubs live and play on the field as well as off. Subscriptions start at just $29.95. For more information and to order, visit Cubs.com/Vineland.
The second chance for Colvin against Mike Leake, and he hits one well to center. Wind blowing out. It might be his 5th career homer against Leake, but not tonight. That's 11 in a row retired by Mike Leake, and he's gotten 12 outs during this stretch. Started with a double play ball off the bat of Marlon Byrd. He has still faced the minimum because of that double play in the second. Alfonso Soriano with the only Cubs hit. Now Giovanni Soto with Tony Campana ready to pinch hit. He's on deck, and he's going to hit right now as Cairo throws out Soto. Watch Comcast Sportsnet game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. So Campana against his hometown Reds, or maybe not.
Maybe not. They look like they called Tony back to the dugout. Said maybe DJ LeMahieu instead to take the at bat.
LeMahieu called up today along with Lou Montañez and lefty John Gobb. So DJ earlier this season. And those were his numbers combined at Tennessee and Iowa. This is his 24th appearance in the big leagues. 9 for 37 with a double and an RBI. He was here between May 30th and June 28th. So just under a month. LSU product. Played second mostly, a little third, and actually made a start at first. Backhanded neatly by Brandon Phillips to end the inning. Boy, a broken record. 6 pitches only needed for Mike Leake to get through that 6th. Our Xfinity high-speed action as Brandon Phillips gunned down at the plate by Tyler Colvin. That was back in the 3rd. The Reds would get 2 in the 6th off Rodrigo Lopez. And here's Jeff Samardzija.
67th appearance of the season for Jeff Samardzija. Trails only Sean Marshall, who's appeared in 68. Carlos Marmol was 66.
Well, Mike Leake without a complete game in his major league career, but he's only made 58 pitches through 6 innings. And on a cool night, Dusty Baker might let him go. And I'll tell you something, hearing rumblings that this might be his final start of the year. Mike Leake, they might shut him down due to his innings. So if the pitch count is low, I think Dusty will maybe give him another inning, considering this could be it. I think Edinson Volquez will get some starts down the stretch. He's just back up from the minors and may take Leake's spot.
At the pace he's on right now, he could complete this thing and not throw 100 pitches.
You are always so good at math.
I had to take my shoes off, but
down the right field line, the wind's going to push this ball to the seats.
I think the fact that Jeff Samardzija is out there on the mound here in the 7th inning tells you that Mike Waddy feels this is still a winnable ball game. If the lead were bigger for the Reds, we might have seen some other pitchers out of that bullpen. We mentioned Andrew Kashner is active and ready to go, and you know he's ready to get out there and pitch. John Gobb called up today. But the fact that he goes to Jeff Samardzija in this situation, I think he feels like the Cubs can still come back and win this game. Going to have to be a little bit more patient against Mike Leake, however.
Valaika tonight making his first big league start at short. He was drafted at that position and played there quite a bit in the minors before moving to second. Well, I'll tell you, for those fans out there who think Dusty won't play young players, that's not been the case in this series. He's got a big roster, a lot of young guys, and he's used them as Valaika lines out. And tonight, Sapelt, Mesoraco, and Frazier and Valaika. He's gotten them all into the lineup at the expense of veterans who normally man those spots. That's a good fastball. 97 from Jeff Samardzija. Hey, coming up, 7th inning stretch, and our pre and post game hosts on Comcast Sportsnet with a little duo, David Kaplan and Todd Hollandsworth.
Channeling their inner Simon and Garfunkel here tonight. Jan and Dean, the Righteous Brothers.
Okay, good stuff.
Heckle and Jekyll.
Swing and a miss, 2 down.
Sinking action at 97. We know Cap and Holly have a lot of downtime while they're waiting for Cubs games to end and do their post-game show, and I'm sure they sit around singing all the time, practicing.
Yeah, they sing along with the stretch. Colvin will get it. Here they come. Stretch time.
Today's guest conductors for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, CSN Cubs analysts Dave Kaplan and Todd Hollandsworth.
All right, Cub fans, let us hear you loud and proud. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks.
Bottom of the 7th, Mike Leake cruising along tonight 2-0. David Kaplan and Todd Hollingsworth in the booth with us. And I don't know if you've watched any of the game because you were so nervous about singing here, but what was it like, Cap?
A lot of fun. A lot of fun. I mean, I watch every night, and just a real enjoyable experience doing it with my man Holly.
Appreciate that, Cap. Very nice. Very nice.
Todd, what was your advice for Cap tonight, since you had done it before?
Well, I have to take all of my advice from Bob. Low and slow, and that's what you want to do. You let the faithful take over, do their part, and you're merely a pawn in the equation.
You had told me that, low and slow, and just keep it quiet.
Everybody's a little amped up. You know, they stand here and everybody looks up, and your first instinct is to rip through the song as fast as you can, but low and slow.
Enjoy
and
the experience.
Like you said, enjoy it. Let the fans join in.
So you will be doing post-game live from here tonight.
Right. We'll be right down on the field, I think, at third base, and do post-game live from here.
If we want to throw tomatoes at them, they'll be here. I'm kidding.
Tomatoes for sale in the TV booth.
I'll tell you, Mike Leake hasn't had much trouble tonight. This possibly could be his final start of the year, and he's on a pace now to go very deep into this game.
Well, he's had a fantastic fastball tonight, which I honestly am really surprised. The Cubs are such a fantastic fastball hitting team. He's just been able to pinpoint his fastball around the zone. He's not overpowering guys, getting a lot of swings early in the count, and you're seeing a lot of quick outs.
Cap, you've been watching Cubs baseball for a long time. Who's been the best at doing this 7th inning stretch? Anyone in particular?
I'm such a huge Mike Ditka fan, so the first time he did it, he got here, I think, with 2 outs in the 7th, came running in, he was winded, but it was such a classic rendition that I think it still lives on forever.
29 seconds, something like that?
You talk about ripping through the song. He ripped through the song.
And this is a slicing drive to right. That's going to be caught.
Be hard to get one out of here tonight.
Did they call catcher's interference?
Yeah,
okay,
they must have.
That's why Barney is at first. Sitting here having our conversation. Darwin Barney got on. That's an error on the catcher. Mesoraco, and the tying run is at the plate. Now it's Carlos Pena here with 2 outs.
He's seen a few pitches tonight. Hopefully he'll get something he can drive. If he can keep it underneath the wind, he's still got a shot at getting it out of here tonight. I know it's tough, but again, he has seen a lot of pitches tonight, and hopefully Mike Leake's tiring enough that he makes a mistake out over the plate.
He's a very good athlete, Mike Leake. Fields his position well. He's a very good hitter, and as Bob mentioned, he has about 8 different pitches. Up in the air to left, but Holly, you know this.
Not have the distance.
Not going to fly on a night like this. We look forward to post-game live. Hopefully the Cubs can come back late. Nice job with the stretch, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
it means to be a Cub for life. Receive a customized photo announcing the birth on the Wrigley Field marquee, a Cubs birth certificate, Cubs baby stocking cap, and a Cubs Rookie of the Year onesie. Perfect for parents and friends alike. Visit Cubs.com for more information and to sign up today.
Then we want to send best wishes to Tom White to get well soon. Get back out here to Wrigley Field as quickly as you can. That's from his cousin Rosemary Iacovetti.
And happy birthday, big Cub fan Jeff Dillman. Celebrating and hoping the Cubs can win for him on his birthday as Sapelt fouls back about 10 rows behind the backstop. Congrats to Boise Hawks right fielder Reggie Golden, named the Northwest League Player of the Week as they wrapped up the regular season. Boise is now in the playoffs. They lost game 1 to Tri-City, and they've got to win game 2 tonight in the East Divisional Series. And they're on the road in game 2. Tennessee will play game 1 of its North Division Championship Series at AA in the Southern League against Chattanooga on Thursday. And give me a Daytona Cubs update tonight as they play at Dunedin.
Now they're at Dunedin. It's tied 3-3 heading to extra innings. Dunedin actually had the bases loaded with nobody out in a 3-3 tie and did not score in the bottom of the 9th. So we head to extras in the Florida State League.
Also, Richard Jones at Peoria named the team MVP. Hit 24 homers and had 98 RBIs, the first Peoria Chief to win the Midwest League RBI crown, and had the 3rd highest total in team history. Catcher Micah Gibbs received the Ryan Sandberg Award, given to the player who exemplifies professionalism, dedication, and work ethic. Gets Sapelt. That goes 4-3.
Good guy to get too. Back in that 6th inning, Sapelt led off with a single and then scored from first base on the Joey Votto double. Anytime you can keep that speed off the bases, a much better chance of getting through the inning unscathed.
You don't want to be scathed.
No, getting scathed is not good.
Is it scathed or unscathed? Non-unscathed.
The worst is getting rescathed.
Two and 0. What do we have here in Mommy's purse?
Boy, doesn't take much to entertain him at that age.
Samardzija able to get it, and he'll take it unassisted. Perfect night for Jay Bruce. A walk and 2 singles. $35,297 paid crowd tonight. Haven't had a whole lot to cheer about as the Cubs have 1 hit through 7. Brett Jackson's going to play for Team USA. He will not be a September call-up, and also will forego the Arizona Fall League. Cubs outfield prospect will play for his country in the World Cup and the Pan Am Games. Driven into the right field corner, and it hits the wall. That's foul.
And we've talked a lot about Joey Votto in this series. We've talked a lot about Yonder Alonso and his future with this Reds organization. This young man right here, Jay Bruce, there's a chance this guy could lead the league in home runs. Has a left-handed lift pull swing. First full season in the majors last year, hit 25 homers. Hit 21 in limited play back in 08, 22 in limited play in 09. And that little ballpark in Cincinnati 81 times a year. This guy, as he learns the opposing pitchers a little bit more, learns himself a little bit more, he's got a chance to be a big-time power hitter.
He is among the league leaders this year. He's 5 off the pace set by Albert Pujols. Foul tip. Strike 3, and Samardzija with his second straight 1-2-3 inning. Getting late, 2-0. All right, Sarah, thank you. We're in the bottom of the 8th. And ball 1 to Alfonso Soriano. Mike Leake still in there. Yanked foul. His longest outing of the year, 2 of them, 8 innings. At San Francisco on June 11th, and the start before that, a win over the Cubs in Cincinnati. That hit him. So the leadoff man is on for the first time tonight. And Tamara Anderson and Mark Stensel did a little digging and found this. The fewest pitches so far this year in a 9-inning game. Jeff Karstens with 83. And Leake going into this inning on pace for just 84. But he hits Soriano, and here comes Marlon Byrd.
First sign that Mike Leake maybe losing the strike zone a little bit. Missed off the plate inside with the first two, and then ended up hitting Alfonso Soriano with the third pitch.
One almost got Bird.
Leake's catcher's going to have a quick trip to the mound here. He's consistently missed inside here to the first two hitters of this inning, plunking Soriano after a couple of pitches off the plate in. That last pitch was actually a changeup that sailed up and into Marlon Byrd.
It's kind of interesting. Dusty has nobody up in the bullpen. And Leake has, again, just allowed one hit, but the tying run is at the plate here in the 8th inning. Six, 4, 3. Two down. Here comes Colvin.
Two more double plays grounded into tonight for Marlon Byrd, gives him 12 on the season.
So Kerry Wood will get the 9th at this point. And that'll get Mike Leake to the 9th inning. Just over 70 pitches for Leake. 2-0 Cincy. Chance to see Cubs baseball here at Wrigley Field. Tickets are still available for the remaining home games, including bleacher seats. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Right-hander Kerry Wood makes his 50th appearance of the year.
Another nice job by Jeff Samardzija tonight. 2 quick 1-2-3 innings, struck out a couple of batters.
Mike Leake threw 8 innings, 74 pitches. Ground ball to third, gobbled up by Ramirez. Not a great throw, but Pena on the bag.
This is kind of an odd September game. Both managers have a lot of bench players available. We might see a pinch hitter here for Miguel Cairo, but Dusty's going to roll with his starting lineup. Normally this time of year you see the time of game start to creep up a little bit because you do have more players available off the bench. You have more pitchers available out of the bullpen.
There's also something kind of superstitious about a game like this, isn't there? You don't want to make too many changes when a guy's working on such a gem. 2 outs. And it's not a no-hitter, it's a 1-hitter, but I remember you telling us that you were sitting in the same spot, kind of leaning against the bat rack during Randy Johnson's perfect game, and you would not have moved unless a forklift came in and pulled you out of there.
Well, not only that, but we had thoughts about getting the bullpen ready in the 9th inning just in case he did give up that first hitter, that first base runner. And
that was like a 2-0 game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just in case things started to slip away. But we didn't want Randy to turn around and see anybody warming up in the bullpen. That's not good etiquette. We did have a couple of relievers stretching down there in the bullpen, so they were ready to get loose quickly if necessary. But yeah, you're right. There's just something about certain games where you just feel like you don't want to mess with it. Just let the guys play ball. Let your pitcher go out there and do his thing.
Well, the other thing, it'll be interesting if Leake gives up a base runner in the 9th. And would Dusty choose to get somebody up with the idea that you don't want him to lose on a night like this? The other school of thought is it's his game to win or lose. Let him decide it himself. We will get to the bottom of the ninth. Nope, we won't. Pena couldn't dig it out. Ramirez hurried his throw, and Frazier's safe on an E5.
Good curveball from Kerry Wood. Real defensive swing that time by Frazier. Just chops it to that third base side. You can see Ramirez fielded that ball way up in the heel of his glove. Maybe didn't have a good grip on it as he went to make the throw, and normally sure-handed Carlos Pena can't pick it out of the dirt.
Drew Stubbs is going to run for Frazier.
Stubbs more than likely will stay in the ball game in center field, moving Dave Chappelle over to left, getting their better defensive outfield ready for the bottom of the 9th.
Stubbs second in the league with 37 steals. Did you see what Billy Hamilton did? The Reds minor leaguer. He led the Midwest League with 103 stolen bases, playing for Class A Dayton. Colvin circling and catching for the out. First minor leaguer with 100 steals since 2001. Last chance now for the Cubs against Mike Leake, trailing 2-0. Coors Light Cubs post game live. Cap and Holly will break down the game, their 7th inning stretch, and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs post game live immediately following the game. Right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. So Pelt goes from center to left, with Drew Stubbs staying in the game and playing center. Paul Janisch also in at short for Chris Valleca. And we're going to have back-to-back pinch hitters as Blake DeWitt takes a strike. Reed Johnson is on deck. DeWitt's batting for Soto. You know what? Bottom of the order, you might as well just bring some new guys in, see what they can do here. DeWitt will be removed for a pinch runner most likely if he gets on. Still dealing with the sore hamstring.
Blake DeWitt 5 for 11 lifetime against Mike Leake. Reed Johnson with only 2 at bats against the Reds right-hander. He's 1 for 2.
Johnny Cueto with a 1-hitter last year against the Pirates, and he'll pitch tomorrow night. A bouncer to Janisch. 1 away. The only hit for the Cubs came in the 2nd inning.
It wasn't even a bad pitch by Mike Leake, just a better piece of hitting by Alfonso Soriano to go out and hook that slider low and away back to left field, and that has pretty much been the extent of the Cubs offense tonight. It's not walked a batter. I don't think very many of the Cubs, with the exception of Carlos Pena, saw more than 4 pitches in an at-bat to even have the opportunity to walk.
This has now tied his career high 8 1/3 innings. Reed Johnson with 1 out and a fly ball right field. Bruce going after it. It's going to land about a foot foul. The closer is up just in case. That's Coco Cordero. And it would be a huge save for him personally if he is summoned. With his next save, he'll tie Jose Mesa for the all-time lead by a Dominican-born reliever. Well, we should also point out this is Devin Mesoraco's 2nd major league start behind the plate, and he has caught a 1-hit shutout into the night.
Some smart fingers working tonight.
Janisch again. There it is, 81 pitches to this point. Three base runners, a single by Soriano in the 2nd, catcher's interference to send Barney to first in the 7th, and Soriano was hit by a pitch in the 8th. 2 double plays helped out Leake, who has faced 1 over the minimum. This is the 28th batter he's faced. This is going to be one of his lowest pitch count or pitch totals of the season. It's 25th start. And it might be the first complete game of his career. 1-2. Well, our pace a couple of innings ago has turned out to be almost right on the mark. He was on pace for 84 pitches, and this will be number 85. See if Castro can spoil it and bring Brian LaHair to the plate. LaHair is on deck for Barney.
Normally, Len, when you're talking about an opposing pitcher dominating a lineup, you think of a guy throwing 98, 99, 100 miles per hour, just blowing the ball by the hitters. But Mike Leake has dominated in his own way tonight. Quality pitches around the edge of the strike zone with some movement.
It's going to be fair, and the throw is late. Castro beats it out, and he will give Brian LaHair a chance. Second hit for the Cubs.
Swinging bunt type down that third baseline. Tough play for Cairo. Does everything he can do to get rid of it quickly, but Starlin Castro, too much speed, able to leg out that infield hit.
And he keeps his on base and hitting streaks alive. 20 game on base streak. That's a career best. And now an 8-game hitting streak. Castro with 180 hits on the season.
You see Brian LaHair 3 for 8. A very young Cubs career. The last hit the most impressive by far against Aroldis Chapman, throwing upwards to 100 miles per hour yesterday. Brian LaHair turned around a 99-mile-an-hour heater and ripped a double down the right field line.
Castro will take off, not being held, and will not get a stolen base. And if he wants, he can steal third, because Miguel Cairo is nowhere near the bag. Two and 0.
Cairo may be nowhere close to third, but Paul Janisch is positioned almost directly behind Starlin Castro up the middle of the diamond. It's going to make it tough for him to get a big enough lead to even think about going to third base. Really no reason to right now.
No, there isn't. And sometimes you can mess up a hitter who has you in his vision. Fly ball to deep right for Brian LaHair. Gone! We're tied. A 2-out, 2-run homer. Just the third hit of the night for the Cubs. He crushed it.
Wow. Brian LaHair, first of all, does something that very few Cubs hitters did tonight. He took enough pitches to get into a hitter's count. Our HP home run replay, a monster blast by Brian LaHair to tie it up.
The 39th homer of the year for LaHair. He had 38 to lead the minor leagues. It's the fourth of his major league career and his first in 3 seasons, as Dusty out chatting with Mike Leake, and he's going to let him finish the 9th, or at least give him one more batter. And now Bill Bray will grab a ball in the Reds' pen as they try to get this one into the 10th. What a dramatic turn of events. Infield hit by Castro to set it up for Brian LaHair.
Corey cranking it up in a hurry in that Reds bullpen with Carlos Pena, the lefty hitter, in the on-deck circle.
We're going to extras as Ramirez flies out to Drew Stubbs. Brian LaHare with a long home run to right. Back of the bleachers, in fact. And that sends us to the 10th. Wild side. Jeff Baker now playing second. Coy Hill is catching. And Carlos Marmol will do the pitching. 2-2. Marmol will go into the 2 spot in the order. Jeff Baker will hit 8th and Coy Hill 9th. Well, that'll be it for Mike Leake. He was, I think, as good as any starter we've seen in a single game this year. 91 pitches. Will not get a complete game, but a career high 9 innings. And what a blast by Brian LaHare. He's been impressive.
Oh, he really has been. We showed you his stats when he came to the plate. 3 for 8 on the young season. One of those was a curveball on the outside corner that he lined into left field. Another one was a little jam shot floater into left. I mentioned the bullet he pulled down the right field line against Aroldis Chapman, and then that titanic home run deep into the bleachers in right field.
Carlos Marmol with an excellent performance in the game yesterday as he notched his 32nd save of the year. And he faces Yonder Alonso, who's batting for Leake. A 9-pitch 1-2-3 ninth for Marmol on Monday. That's a fastball that misses up and away. Well, the only way Mike Leake can still get the win would be if the Reds score here in the 10th for him. Alonso strikes out.
On our Corona Extra pitch tracks, a backdoor slider Alonso just can't get it. Off balance swing. Anytime you go into extras in a tie ball game, well, obviously a tie ball game, that first out becomes so important. Talk about the expanded rosters. You usually have a pinch runner or two available off the bench should a runner reach to start the inning. For Mike Leake, once again, just a great illustration of why wins and losses are really not an accurate way to gauge how good a pitcher is, not only over the course of the season, but on a given night.
Boy, Hill, I think, was trying to get that ball while it was in fair territory. We had a weird angle on it. Ready now for an 0-2, fouled back. See a pitch before that. Goes up. And Coy was trying to get it before the bounce. And he did get it after the bounce, but it was foul.
With Brandon Phillips still standing in that right-handed batter's box, if you can touch it in fair territory, even if you're stumbling the way Coy Hill was, you have enough time to recover and still get the out at first base.
You think they would have hugged?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think Coy Hill's the hugging type.
The 0-2 again. Got him on a slider. You think Brandon Phillips and Yadier Molina will hug?
Oh, no. There'll be no hugging involved there whatsoever.
Yeah, they don't like each other, the Cardinals and Reds.
Good to see Carlos Marmol. You mentioned last night how effective he was, and once again here tonight looks like that slider has returned. Question is, where does it go when it goes away? It tends to flatten out, occasionally even back up.
Joey Votto is on deck. Missed badly as he stumbled off the mound. And here comes Votto with 2 outs and a runner on.
About this, Len. Joey Votto, in his second plate appearance against Carlos Marmol, hit a home run. Since then, he's 0 for 8 with 7 consecutive strikeouts.
Ooh. Two and one. Swing and a miss. Slider's been kryptonite for Joey Votto.
After back-to-back fastballs, something you rarely see from Marmol. Goes back to his bread and butter pitch, that nasty slider. A lot of downward movement on that last pitch.
Blocked by Hill.
A big block. Keep that runner out of scoring position here with 2 outs in the inning and a dangerous hitter at the plate.
And he struck him out again. Boy, Votto upset, slams his helmet and his bat down. They leave one. The Cubs try to win it in the bottom of the 10th. Has been a busy man this season. This is his 72nd appearance, putting him among the league leaders. Believe it or not, he's the first guy out of their bullpen tonight. Carlos Pena will lead it off. Our producer of Cubs baseball here on CSN, Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Christine Charbonneau, our stage manager. Joe Vinci, our technical director. Our tech managers, Mark Harper, and the senior executive producer of Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Corno Jr. As always, great work by our entire crew.
Fastball, slider, changeup combination from Bill Bray. You'll see a lot of sliders, especially against the left-handed hitters.
The Cubs at home have gone 6-0 in extras.
Need a base runner here. Cubs have the secret weapon sitting in that third base dugout. Beautiful thing to get the leadoff man on here and get Tony Campana on those bases.
And this would be a good spot for a walk from the team leader, Carlos Pena, but he's down in the count, 1-2. Sean Marshall up for the home team. Lester Strode, the bullpen coach, monitoring. Good take, 3-2.
A real good take. That's a tough pitch. That hard slider just off of the outside corner. More like a cut fastball than anything else. Just a little movement off the plate away. Runs the count to full.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll be it for Bray. Right-hander Nick Massett coming on. It's the Toyota call to the pen. We're in the 10th. The pen. There's no way Dusty Baker can run out of relievers tonight unless we're playing at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. He's got a ton of them available. Here's Nick Massett, just the second. He's got Jose Arredondo, Jared Burton, Aroldis Chapman, Francisco Cordero, Carlos Fisher, Jeremy Horst, Sam LeCure, Matt Maloney, Logan Andrusik, Travis Wood, Edinson Volquez.
The list goes on and on.
Seven righties, 4 lefties. I mean, he has so many relievers, he could go 1 inning to the 20th and still be all right. Bays hit left field. Tony Campana coming out the pinch run.
When offense has been rare, Soriano's had himself a good night at the plate. His second base hit of the game was also hit by a pitch, and he'll be taken down now for, we call him the secret weapon, but there's not much secret about Tony Campana. Everybody in baseball is aware of his blazing speed.
And it actually worked out all right that he was pulled back in the 6th inning. DJ LeMahieu hit instead of Campana, and Tony now available to pinch run and could score the game winner.
Sure, we'll see a couple of pickoff attempts before there's even a pitch delivered to home plate. Well, that might be the biggest lead we've seen any base runner take here at Wrigley Field this season. That cut of the grass over there around the bag at first is usually kind of a yardstick. Tony Campana had both feet out past that cut of the grass that time.
That is as big a lead as he can possibly take.
Yeah, and that's the kind of lead you should take if you're a base stealer. You get a maximum lead where on that pitcher's best pickoff move you're able to barely get back with a head first slide. That nearly looked like a balk by Mass at that time. Looked like he buckled the front leg first and then stepped off the rubber with the right foot.
A pitch out, and that one almost eluded Mesoraco.
Be another pickoff attempt, I believe.
Tony's lead. He has not shortened it even an inch.
He knows right where he wants to be. He's comfortable with the lead he's getting over there at first, that he can safely get back to first on a pickoff attempt, and has a big enough lead that if Massett goes home and he's running, he feels like he can steal the base from that point. So no real need to take another step on that lead.
Well, that's as big a lead as he's had. There he goes. And they still can't get him. As the game-winning run now in scoring position, and meanwhile it's 2-0 on Marlon Byrd. You have to think Massett was pretty distracted.
A slide step from Massett, a good pitch for Mesoraco to handle. The high throw, however, gives Tony enough room to get in underneath. And now will take his lead from second base with Marlon Byrd at the plate.
I don't know if Campana will ever be an everyday player at this level, but if he ever did play 150 games, I guarantee you he'd lead the league in steals.
I think so.
He's that fast.
I mean, he's as confident with his ability to get a lead at first base and get a jump on the pitcher and outrun the catcher's throw as any good hitter when they're standing in the batter's box. That same kind of confidence that he knows he can do what he wants to do out there on a base pass.
19 out of 20 on the season for Campana.
Well, we mentioned how speed changes a ball game. I mean, Nick Massett, this is like a burr under his saddle right here. He was bothered by him over at first base. The Reds threw over. They pitched out.
Well, it's pretty simple now. The stakes are these. If Massett gives up a hit to the outfield, the game's over. So at this point, he's just got to get the batter.
Now, that being said, Drew Stubbs in center field with a cannon of a throwing arm. Same thing for Jay Bruce in right field. Dave Sapelt, probably an average, maybe a touch below average throwing arm in left, but he's playing really shallow.
.30 on Byrd. Ball 4. That does set up a potential double play on a ground ball here. And Juan Lopez must be the acting pitching coach tonight. Brian Price normally is their pitching coach. Juan is their bullpen coach, and he's out to chat with Massett. Hey, by the way, the Yankees hosting the Orioles. They haven't started yet. I guess they're going to start at the top of the hour. That'll be an 11 p.m. first pitch, local time in the Bronx.
You're looking at a 3 a.m. final pitch. Tyler Colvin's had himself a couple of nice at-bats in this ball game against Mike Leake. Unfortunately, both times hit the ball hard in the air to center field, and the wind just knocked him down.
Two on, one out in the 10th. Cubs tied it on a dramatic 2-run homer with 2 outs in the 9th by Brian LaHare. Here's the pitch to Colvin. There's a base hit in the right. Campana's going to have to hold. His first move was back towards second on somewhat of a line drive. He did not want to get doubled off. And because that ball was hit so hard, even if he hadn't retreated, I still don't know if he would have tried to score.
Yeah, not on Jay Bruce. That ball was hit extremely hard through the right side. Tony had to freeze to make sure it wasn't caught on a line. And with Bruce charging on a hard hit ball, that was going to be a very, very dangerous sin. But the fact that he froze, went back to the bag, that eliminates any chance to score on that drive to right.
So here's Jeff Baker with the bases loaded and 1 out. Infield coming in. Outfielders playing very shallow, particularly Sapelton left. And I think it's because of the arms you mentioned. Stubbs and Bruce can play a few steps deeper. Although Campana really mitigates that, I think, with his speed.
Yeah. And one thing I always felt, Len, in this particular situation, it's customary for the team to bring the outfield in to a position where you feel like if you can catch the ball, you can throw that guy out at home plate. A lot of times they get too close to the infield and have to back up on the fly ball, which eliminates any chance of throwing out the runner at home plate. So we always preferred to play our guys a couple of steps deeper than most teams would position their outfielders in this situation.
That'll be it for Massett. Sam LeCure will be summoned. It's the Toyota call to the pen. 2-2, bases loaded, bottom of the 10th. We've seen Bray, Massett, and now LeCure. Sam LeCure. He's a strikeout pitcher. And this is definitely a spot where you want to miss some bats if you're the Cincinnati Reds. Bases loaded, 1 out.
LeCure on this season has inherited 24 base runners. 5 of those have scored.
Other factor here in terms of a fly ball to the outfield is a stiff breeze blowing in from center. And that'll help the Reds defensively. And any fly ball, it's not too deep. Here we go. Ball one. The other thing is LeCure has to throw strikes. If he walks Baker, it's over. Jeff's first at bat, he came in to play second in the top of this inning. One pitch, ground ball to third. Throw to the plate, one. Relay to first, two. 5-2 to 3. A game-saving double play. The third one turned by the Reds tonight. We go to the 11th. 2-2. Beef jerky. All season long, feed your wild side.
We see the Reds with their infield drawn in right at the third baseman. Easy force out at home. Tony Campana tries to break up the double play by disrupting Devin Mesoraco behind home plate, but he's able to keep his base underneath him long enough to get off the strong throw to Joey Votto for a double play.
Campana stays in. He's in left. And here's Sean Marshall, his 69th game this season, facing Jay Bruce. Two and one. And continues to howl. Might be blowing harder right now than it has all night.
Boy, awfully late timeout that time granted by the home plate umpire Chris Conroy. Marshall had already started his windup.
Called strike 3 right down Main Street.
Such an effective pitch against the lefties, especially after throwing hard sliders, the big loopy breaking ball, and come back with a fastball right there on the inside corner at the knees at 93. Jay Bruce just could not pull the trigger.
As Rocco 1 for 4. Jam shot foul. Now finals. Detroit beat Cleveland 10-1. Rick Porcello over Fausto Carmona. Boston shut out the Blue Jays in Toronto on 20 hits, 14-0. Combined 4-hit shutout for John Lester and Kyle Whalen. Actually, Kyle Weiland. That's how you say it. 14-0 Red Sox. Texas shut out Tampa Bay 8-0. C.J. Wilson, a complete game 5-hit shutout for his 15th win. White Sox shut out Minnesota. 3rd win in 2 days for the Sox. Jake Peavy didn't give up a run. 6 1/3. 4 relievers followed and held up the 6-hitter. The White Sox managed just 4 hits. One of those was a home run by Alex Rios. 2 down. Back-to-back Ks for Sean Marshall. It's a looking strikeout. It's usually on the curve, not the fastball that he got Bruce on. Here's Cairo.
Especially that breaking ball right there, Len. When he's ahead in the count, he throws that off the outside corner breaking pitch. Gets a lot of the right-handed hitters to give up on it. They think it's going to be a ball high and away, and dive bombs down to that corner for the called 3rd strike.
Cardinals just beat the Brewers 4-2. They get within 9.5. Kyle Loesch over Giovanni Gallardo. John Jay and Matt Holliday homered for St. Louis. Nyjer Morgan had 3 hits for Milwaukee. Houston beat Pittsburgh 4-1. Brett Myers with just his 4th win. He beat Brad Lincoln. And a 2-out walk to Cairo. Phillies lead the Braves 4-2. They're in the top of the 7th. That game was delayed by rain. Phillies with an 8.5 game lead over the Braves in the East. But the drama kind of mitigated because the Braves also have an 8.5 game lead in the wild card. Actually, now it's down to 8 as St. Louis won.
Really, the races this year are just for seeding for the postseason. Yep. See who your opponent is in that first round.
The best race right now is Texas and the Angels. Texas winning tonight. So the Rangers leading by 3. And the Angels trailing at home to Seattle 2-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Felix Hernandez and Irvin Santana. That's a really good matchup. Dustin Ackley is 2 for 2 with a triple in that game. The Mariners rookie second baseman hitting over 300, off to an excellent start. Ichiro hitting just .272 at the moment. Ichiro has never hit under 300. Worst batting average of his career before this year, .303 in 2005. By far the worst offensive year of his career. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2 on Stubbs.
No doubt Drew Stubbs a strikeout candidate. He's done so 184 times this season.
That's the most in the majors. And they have the runner picked off. They will get him. Cairo. It goes 1, 3, 4 to end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. 2-2. Will do the pitching. I believe Ryan Hannigan has also come in to catch.
Redondo pitches a fastball in the low to mid 90s, a slider, but his most used pitch this year has been that split-fingered fastball. He's thrown that pitch 51% of the time this season. Thrown his fastball only 44.5% of the time.
And the ball got out of the Reds bullpen. Aroldis Chapman firing down there. Fastball, not bad, 93 miles an hour, but it missed high for ball 1. was the splitter. Three and 0 to the leadoff man. Now, Coy Hill will not be removed for a pinch runner if he gets on. Cubs do not have a third catcher. Saw Wellington Castillo before the game. He is with the club. Team doctors are going to look at his hamstring, but he will not. And that missed badly for ball 4, leadoff walk. He won't play again. He's been shut down. Might see a catcher from the Double-A club, Tennessee, after the Smokies are done with their season. But it is a nice luxury to have in September.
It's a nice luxury to have any time of the season if you have a versatile enough roster that you can afford to carry that third catcher, especially if he can play other positions. Right now, the way Arredondo is spraying it around, every pitch is like a 3-0 count. Make sure it's exactly what you're looking for until he shows you he can get his pitches into the strike zone.
I can't think of another pitcher who throws a splitter this often.
Maybe Bruce Sutter back in his heyday as a closer, but yeah, Arredondo, that's his go-to pitch. Arredondo doesn't even really have a good pickoff move. He tries to make up for it with the velocity of his pickoff throw over to Joey Votto at first base.
Coming off Tommy John surgery, February of last year. Johnny Cueto and Ryan Dempster tomorrow night. Final game of the homestand. Off day on Thursday, and then a trip to New York and Cincinnati. 7 games. Ground ball up the middle. Diving stop, Giannis. The flip and the out.
Oh, come on, boy.
Giannis just able to locate the ball at the last second, and they forced Coy Hill.
I don't know if he would have been safe with the slide, but there's no reason to go into second base standing right here. This play by Giannis to stay with it after the initial bobble gets it on to Brandon Phillips.
You know, I wonder if Coy was distracted by watching the ball get out of Giannis's glove, and maybe it just got too late. Yeah, that was a bizarre looking play. Here's Lou Montañez with Castro taking over at first. Here comes Juan Lopez.
This is just a refresher on the scouting report on Lou Montañez. Possibly also to alert Ryan Hannigan and Jose Arredondo that Starlin Castro will run over there at first base. With this pinch hit appearance, Cubs have exhausted their bench as far as position players go. Casey Coleman is putting his cleats on as we speak.
Montañez, 25 games between May 24th and July 2nd with the Cubs, here for his second stint this season. And as you saw most of the year with Iowa, Cubs first round and the third overall pick in the 2000 draft. 7 years in the Cubs system before going to the Orioles in 2007. And time called by the catcher, or at least requested by Ryan Hannigan, and Chris Conroy gave it to him. So no pitch, no balk.
Chris Conroy has not turned down a request for timeout yet tonight. We're going to have to ask him for money after the game.
That's a strike. Cubs had one hit into the ninth inning, and with 2 outs, Castro with an infield single, Brian LaHare with a pinch hit 2-run homer to tie it. Cubs had a golden opportunity in the 10th. And here we are in the 11th.
Votto went back and put a second tag on Starlin Castro as he was changing feet on the bag down there at first and tried to plead his case to the first base umpire, Tim Welke, that he caught Castro off the bag.
Pitch out. Castro was not running. 2-1.
After the initial pickoff attempt, Castro clearly safe. Votto hangs on to the baseball, fakes the throw. Ooh, man.
I think he was out.
Oh.
Castro very fortunate not to be called out. 2-1 on Montañez. Castro takes off, swing and a miss, throw to second, out. Ryan Hannigan just came into the game and he nails Starlin Castro at second.
27% on the season for Ryan Hannigan behind home plate, and big assist that time to his pitcher Jose Arredondo for all those pickoff throws to first. Real good pitch to handle. Hannigan could have made contact with Montañez, who had fallen out across home plate. So never does get to the bag at second.
Left field corner for Montañez. It's a fair ball. It'll be a double as it gets wedged in the ivy. Easy to play the what-if game, but you can't. Everything could have changed with Castro still on base. And if he had been at first, he would have only been given third. They will intentionally walk Ramirez, and it appears as though Aroldis Chapman will come in to face Carlos Pena. There's no reason for Dusty not to do it with his fully stocked bullpen.
As I mentioned a moment ago, no pinch hitters available. Even if you wanted to send a right-handed hitter up for Carlos Pena against Chapman, there's nobody left.
Here comes Dusty. And he has now caught up with his counterpart. This will be the 5th reliever for the Reds. Cubs have used 5, but going back to the 6th inning. Aroldis Chapman. It's a Toyota call to the pen. We'll be back. Look at the strikeouts and the hits.
And the walks, for that matter. He has tremendous explosive fastball, a hard, sharp slider. Occasionally will lose the zone.
Winning run at second. That's Montañez. The only job for Ramirez here with 2 outs is to not get forced at second, if he can help it. The pitch outside on a slider at 88. Chapman's just 23 years old. He signed a 6-year contract prior to 2010. He's from Cuba. Defected in 2009 before a tournament in the Netherlands. Established residence in the Principality of Andorra, the Eastern Pyrenees Mountains near Spain and France. 1-2.
Slider for a strike that time. Corona extra pitch tracks at 87 miles an hour. Mike leaked through some fastballs that didn't hit 87 tonight.
Chapman tall and lanky. That second foot comes down basically in front of the mound on the grass. He's got the first landing spot and the second one. He's pretty close to home plate.
But Chapman shook off a slider that time, wants to go to his fastball. He's feeling it tonight. He's pumping it in there at 100 plus. Another fastball.
Phillips to Votto, and the inning is over. Cubs have had chances here in extras, but they have stranded 4. They left 1 on base over the first 9 innings. 2-2. Lynx beef jerky all season long. Feed your wild side. Well, Cubs out of position players, so a couple of changes here. Montañez stays in at right to allow Tyler Colvin to go to first base. Carlos Pena made the last out of the 11th, and that's where John Grabo's spot will be in the lineup. Faces Drew Stubbs, who came on as a pinch runner in the 9th and is now playing center, and a line shot foul. One changeup pounded on the ground. Castro gets rid of it quickly. 1 away.
Shortstop number 7, Paul Yanish.
First at bat for Paul Yanish. And a bunt. And it's thrown away. He's going to stay at first. It's a bunt hit. One out single for Paul Yanish, and that stamps a long 0 for. He was 0 for 28 before that hit.
And had been 0 for 6 against John Grabo before that bunt base hit. Might have been an easier play for Ramirez with the angle that he had coming in on that bunt, but Grabo got to it first and made the play. Unfortunately, his throw was low and got away from Tyler Colvin at first base.
First time for Ryan Hannigan.
Dusty loves to play hit and run with Ryan Hannigan. Not going to get a chance to this time.
Pops out to Castro. It'll bring up Brandon Phillips for the 6th time.
Paul Janisch doesn't really have what you would call base stealing speed over there at first. He's a real good base runner when the ball's put into play, but only 5 attempts all season. He's been caught twice.
Grabo's 1-0 is way outside. That was a change. 2-0.
Slider that time by John Grabo. That's a pitch that he rarely threw against right-handed hitters. Initially, when he came over to the Cubs, he was basically fastball slider to lefties, fastball changeup to righties. A real good one there in a 2-0 count.
Changeup, strike, 2-2. Reds with 2 in the 6th, Cubs with 2 in the 9th, and here we are in the 12th. Came back up and hit Phillips. It's foul. They're in the top of the 3rd in New York. Finally underway. Orioles and Yankees scoreless. Tommy Hunter and Phil Hughes. Well, that had to be about a 4-hour rain delay before they got started. The Dodgers came back, scored 7 unanswered runs, and beat the Nationals 7-3. Steven Strasburg was very good. 5 innings and a no decision. No runs on 2 hits. Jeff Baker throws out Brandon Phillips. We go to the home half of the 12th. Cubs 2, Reds 2.
seemed innocent enough at the time. A 2-out infield hit by Starlin Castro, and then Brian LaHare launched one deep into the night here at Wrigley Field to tie it up. Mike Leake had been totally in control of this game up until those last couple of hitters. And now it's a bullpen battle.
Campana, Bird, and Colvin. Tony with a stolen base after running for Soriano in the 10th. The crowd tonight in Washington, 29,092.
Well, it would be larger than that.
Yeah, Tuesday night.
Yep. School's back in session.
I don't know if Congress is, but school is. Pulled on the ground. Votto gonna have to take it himself. Oh, he got him. Barely got him. Campana is upset, but he can't get kicked out. Tony is really livid.
Well, I think he has a reason. I don't know. With the naked eye, it looked like he beat Joey Votto to the bag. Votto looked like he wanted to toss that ball onto Chapman, but Chapman was nowhere in the vicinity. Oh, this is not even going to be close. He didn't even get to the bag.
No, he didn't.
Oh, what a horrible call. Man.
Not only was he called out, but he's your fastest runner. He would have been on first with nobody out. Marlon Byrd takes ball one. I'm just glad he didn't get ejected.
Tony had the best look at it, really, running straight down the first baseline. He could clearly see that Joey Votto was not on the bag at first when he made contact with the base. Oh, man, do we need instant replay in this game?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Just throwing it out there once again, seeing if it'll stick against the wall eventually. I mean, it would have taken all of 5 seconds to say, hey, he beat that one. He's safe. Put the runner first. Play on. And in the time it took Mike Quade to come out from the third base dugout, argue the call with Tim Welke, and get back to the dugout, you could have had the call right and a pitch thrown to the next hitter.
Brandon Phillips, 2 down. One other game in extras right now. The Mets and the Marlins 4-4 in the bottom of the 10th in Miami. Colvin now playing first. He began the night in right. He is 1 for 4.
Walk it off. Can't be hurt.
Carlos Fisher up in the Reds bullpen. swing and a miss, and the inning is over. We've completed 12, and it's 2-2. And the Cubs are 6-0 at home in extra innings. They're going to stick it out to the very end. Dave Sapelt, left center. It's going to get down. And a diving attempt. Bird can't get it. Sapelt to second with a leadoff double. Fourth time he's been on. That's his third hit.
He's very quietly had himself a nice night for the Reds tonight. Third hit, none bigger than this one. Leadoff extra base hit in extra innings. Our Corona extra pitch tracks, an elevated fastball up and out over the plate. Good effort by Marlon Byrd to try to cut it off. Even if he gets to that ball laying on his belly in the gap in left center, Sapelt's going to be on second base.
Trouble here. You've got lefties, but good lefties. Votto and Bruce.
Joey Votto 5 for 10 lifetime against John Graybo.
And again trouble. And the Reds will get the lead. Sapelt around third. He's going to score easily. And Joey Votto, who gave them the lead in the 6th, does it again in the 13th.
Corona extra pitch tracks, another elevated fastball in the middle of the plate at 87, and this is not a guy you can make mistakes in the middle of the plate against. Drives that ball toward the door in left center field. Sapelt scores easily.
And we'll see Coco Cordero in the bottom of the inning. It'll be a save situation. So he'll try to save it for Chapman. Oh, and 2 to Jay Bruce. It'll be Baker, Hill, and Castro for the Cubs. And he got him. Swing and a miss on a slider. Chris Heisey will bat for Chapman. Castro with a catch. Well, the Cubs a victim of a bad call at first in the bottom of the 12th, but I still go back to the 10th when they had the bases loaded and 1 out, and the Reds were able to turn an inning-ending 5-2-3 double play. Another chance. They had a couple base runners in the 11th inning and could not score. They'll get one more chance in the 13th. Change up outside to Cairo, but it will be against Francisco Cordero.
Be Jeff Baker to lead it off, followed by Coy Hill, and then the top of the order, Starlin Castro.
Cordero's had 17 1 inning saves. According to Elias, only Mariano Rivera and Craig Kimbrell have more perfect saves. There's a base hit. Votto around third. The throw toward the plate. Late. They add an insurance run, and it's 4-2 Reds. Three hits here in the 13th, and the Reds with their second 2-run lead of the night.
Cairo, another guy that's had good success against John Grabo, now 4 for 5 lifetime with that RBI base hit up the middle of the field.
Still not out of the woods. It's Drew Stubbs with another man in scoring position. Just kind of a helpless feeling, Bob, for Mike Quade. I know you had at least one 18-inning game in your managerial career, but there's really nothing the Cubs manager can do right now. His team trails by 2. He's just hoping Grabo can somewhat limit the damage here. He's used all of his position players, so kind of weird in an extra inning game like this that there really isn't much else he can do in terms of personnel.
No position players left. You look at the pitchers available. John Gobb, who just got called up today. James Russell, who's been used extensively. I know Mike wanted to stay away from him today if possible. And Andrew Kashner, coming back off a rehab assignment in the minor leagues. I'm sure they want to be careful how they initiate him back into the pitching staff.
And when you start to get this deep into a game, you have to be careful when you only have 1 or 2 pitchers left.
I think that if there was anything to point out that was maybe a misstep, it was using Ramon Ortiz, a guy who can give you multiple innings out of that bullpen and has done so for 1/3 of an inning.
That was back in the 6th, and of course we had no idea we'd be here in the 13th. We are because of the Laher homer, but the Reds get 2, and here comes Cordero to try to save it. Pelt is out, and that's where the pitcher spot will now be. And it's occupied by Francisco Cordero. This could be a big save for him. More on that in a second, as Jeff Baker will lead it off. He can tie Jose Mesa for 13th on the all-time saves list with number 321. Also Mesa, the all-time leader among pitchers born in the Dominican Republic. Since the All-Star break, Cordero has converted 13 in a row. He's got a 1.29 second half ERA. At least 30 saves now for the 7th time in his career. It was a club option for Cordero next year, $12 million. He has said he would like to return, but it's not totally up to him.
Has to be intriguing for the Reds to at least think about the possibility of Aroldis Chapman as their closer with that overpowering stuff that he features.
That's out number one.
Pretty tough to top what Cordero has done throughout his career, and as you said, finishing strong this season.
Yeah, and the thing about Chapman, I think they have to decide, do they want to go toward the end of the game or toward the beginning? There's a possibility, and Brian Price has already chimed in, that he could be a starter. Now, he does have a changeup, but Chapman doesn't have to use it at this point in short relief.
And he doesn't have to pace himself whatsoever in short relief. He just comes in out of that bullpen blazing. As a starter, especially as that pitch count got up there a little bit, you would expect to see that velocity drop down some.
Well, it doesn't look good here for the Cubs, but it didn't look good for them in the 9th. When Mike Leake was mowing them down, but he gave up a 2-out infield hit to Starlin Castro, and then Brian LaHare came off the bench and hit a home run. Swing and a miss. 2 down.
When you mentioned it, in that 10th inning with 1 out, the Cubs had the bases loaded. Unfortunate ground ball right at Cairo at third base. Reds were able to turn it into a 5-2-3 double play, and then the missed call at first base on Tony Campana leading off the inning. Just to make you wonder what if. We have no way of knowing what would have transpired had Tony Campana been called safe at first, but given his speed and his success rate stealing bases, I at least think the Cubs would have had a chance in that inning with the leadoff man on.
Fly ball to center. Stubbs drifting, and that's it. Francisco Cordero with a milestone save, his 321st, tying him with Jose Mesa. And the Reds have evened up this series. They win it in 13 innings by a final of 4-2. And our GMC player of the game is MVP candidate and the defending champ, so to speak, in that voting from last year, Joey Votto, 2 go-ahead RBIs, including the game winner.
By Joey Votto standards, a quiet night, but he made his 2 doubles stand up in the ball game tonight.
So that'll wrap up our game coverage, but we have more. We're getting set down on the field for Coors Light post-game live. Final score in 13 innings, the Reds 4, The Cubs 2. We're back with you here on Comcast Sportsnet from Citi Field in New York. Friday night, 6 o'clock for the airtime here on CSN Plus. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. Stick around. Cap and Holly have post-game live next.